Good morning. We will now call to order the meeting of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair. Welcome. We have 10 bills today, but before we get started, we will be going into a relatively brief recess for caucus. The Democrats will be meeting in 1E. We anticipate only a half hour, so we will reconvene at 11:45. If everyone's agreeable, we are in recess. All right, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. Welcome back. Thank you for your indulgence. We are reconvening the meeting of the Energy and Technology Committee. Once again, I'm State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair of the committee. We are going to address the items on the agenda today, but first, it seems like it'd be a good time for us to acknowledge all those who have made this whirlwind session what it is. I don't think necessarily people in the audience appreciate what a challenge it is sometimes to be on one of the smaller committees with the tighter deadlines. And then you sort of throw into the mix one of the shortest of short sessions we've ever had on the calendar. It's really hard to get the work done. And we really lean very heavily on our staff and the good work that they do. And we'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge them. They are tireless and patient and follow our whims wherever they may lead, but at the end of the day, we get to a good place, and we can only do it with them. Let me start by acknowledging our long-suffering, sleepless LCO, Jonathan Porzak. We'll save our applause to the end, because otherwise they'd be thunderous. And then from the office, from OFA, we have Sarah Bourne. From ORR, our stalwarts, Mary Fitzpatrick and Lee Hansen. On policy, people who tell us what we really think we're thinking needs to be thought about more. Kimmy Grove from House Democrats, Ashley Reining from Senate Democrats, Christopher Zavinian from Senate Republicans, and Andrew Droney from House Republicans. And of course, our clerk, Abby Lockwood, who has in her second year in this task, grown into the role in a way that we're all very proud. And of course, the assistant clerks who work with her, Tati Massa from Senate Dems and Jaden McCormick from House Republicans, and our many aides, Gina Block, Jeannie Phillips, Brendan Ray, and Dorothy Getze. Again, you guys don't see what goes on behind the scenes. This would be one hot mess if it wasn't for those who were looking out for our interests. And we can't thank you enough for the work you've done this session, and will continue to do until we get to the end of it. It's been quite a ride, but keep your seatbelts fastened. I will now turn it over to comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to echo all of the comments about our outstanding staff and the people who make a lot of this possible for us. I also want to take a moment and thank my co-chair, who I've had a really amazing time working with over the last 4 years. Although we theoretically have another meeting scheduled for next week, this is likely to be our last meeting as the committee of the whole, and it has been a real pleasure and a real honor to work with you for the last 4 years. It's been an interesting ride. We've gotten a lot done. We still have some more to get done, and I just want you to know I'm going to miss you. And as far as working with our ranking members, this year is a difficult year for all of us, but it has stayed collegial and friendly. As you could tell by the demeanor of the meetings, we are working diligently to try to manage our future, nothing different than I've said in the past, between reliability, cost, and environmental goals, and balancing them all is like balancing something on the head of a pin. So we try, and sometimes we're more successful than at other times, but in my 7+ years now on this committee and chairing it, I've had 2 great chairs, I've had great ranking members, we've had great staff, we've gotten a lot done. There's more to get done, we understand that, but I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work and friendship and camaraderie in moving towards the same goal, whether we agree on issues or not. So, and to the rest of the committee, we have some very, very engaged committee members. It has been an enormous pleasure to work with all of you. Again, you don't have to agree with somebody to appreciate their commitment to the work that we're doing here, and I do want to call out Representative Mashinsky, who has been a guiding light in so many ways for so long. So thank you to all of you, and let's move on to the ranking members.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. If this is our last meeting, and hopefully it is, I would like to echo the comments to our staff, and particular kudos to our Republican staff for turning over our notes super quickly this morning. But one of the things, and I think we got a comment on this during public hearing last week, someone came up before us and said that they were impressed with how well we were working across the aisle, and what a pleasure it was to see that. And without maybe sounding sexist, I will say that the chairs and my fellow ranking are true gentlemen, and this committee has been run with all the discipline of a committee as it should be run, and very respectfully, and it is an honor to sit here with this group, among this group, and have the dialogue that we have, and knowing that we hold in our hands so much money that the state of Connecticut has to pay, and we hold in our hands so much of the reliability of just turning the lights on every day, but yet we do it gracefully and respectfully here. So with that, I thank you, and I would like to offer my sincere thanks to my chair, Steinberg. I realize that, again, hopefully this is his last committee meeting.
It's all in your hands.
But a true thank you for your service, and how you run the meetings is well known, and we see how well it's done, and I so much appreciate working with you. And then to my fellow ranking, who is not running again for Senate, thank you. It is an absolute pleasure. Best of luck to you.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is likely to be my last meeting on the Energy Committee, and it's the time I've spent in the legislature that I am most proud of, and I think has been the most meaningful, and that is in large part to the members of this committee on both sides of the aisle, whom I admire and I'm proud to call friends. It's been a very contentious but important several years on the Energy Committee. I am proud of the legislation that we have passed across the aisle, including Senate Bill 7, which provided stronger oversight for our utilities in order to defend consumers and bill transparency so that consumers know more about what they're paying for, as well as Senate Bill 4 last year, which was the first real meaningful cut to public benefits costs to benefit consumers, done in bipartisan fashion both. I am appreciative of the efforts of all members of the committee. I wish Representative Mashinsky very well her time out of the legislature after many years of good service. It's been a pleasure working with Chairman Steinberg, and I wish him well as well. Senator Needleman, I'm very grateful for the relationship on a working basis that we've developed as well. Ranking Member Mara has been a phenomenal ranking member in her first term on the committee, and will hopefully continue to serve not only her district but our entire state well as ranking member in future terms. So I just want to thank everyone for their work and their friendship and collegiality on this committee, which is a very important committee even when we disagree. Hopefully it continues to work better and better in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and we very much appreciate your service on this committee. I've been on this committee for my entire time in the legislature, 16 years. You think I would have learned more in that period of time, but there's still hope. We're not done yet. And And I think people in this room appreciate that this is a very challenging committee. The subject matter is very abstruse. There's a lot of lobbying that goes on. And I think that the tenor of the conversation, as has been noted by our ranking members, is critically important when we wrestle with very difficult subjects. I personally believe that even though we're a smaller committee, we're perhaps in this moment one of the most important committees in the entire legislature. So the work we do, the wrangling we have, the disagreements we have, is based upon a genuine desire to do the right thing by the people of the state of Connecticut. And certainly there are many things in play right now from both the federal level and right here in the state that make our job even harder. So we struggle and we try to figure out unique new solutions that fit the state of Connecticut. But you know, I love the fact that we're constantly being stretched here. We're constantly being asked to think outside the box and understand new abstruse subjects. To your point, the degree to which we can work collegially or collegially, anyway, together in this instance makes a huge difference in our ability to get the work done at the end of the day. So I really appreciate the ranking members who have been patient with us, humored us on occasion, but we've always been able to work with each other with candor and good faith, and that's critically important to the running of the committee. And I'll just save my last comment for my co-chair, the good Senator Needleman, who I've gotten to know pretty well the past 4 years, and we're still talking to each other. There are a few people in this body who have both the depth of knowledge and the ability to assimilate complex information than Senator Needleman. I'm constantly learning from him. I enjoy his sense of humor and his willingness to put up with me, which is a huge thing in and of itself. But I will miss this committee perhaps more than many things about the legislature because, as I said, because of the work we do. And, you know, I commend all of you who are on the committee to stay on the committee because of the work that's still in front of us beyond this session. And I'll be paying attention. We'll leave it at that. Are we ready for our business? Okay.
Enough of all this getting along.
Yeah.
Let's stop fighting.
It's bloodshed time. Okay. Item 1 on the agenda, House Bill 5340, an act concerning renewable power generation. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. You will note that this is the solar bill in which we had a tremendous amount of testimony, some really good, thoughtful testimony, but we are JFing it because there are so many things that we are now going to contemplate changing that it made more sense to work on it holistically. And this is something that's going to happen really in the next couple of weeks. We really want to drive it to closure in that sense. One thing that came away loud and clear from much of the testimony is that we have a responsibility to make sure that we minimize the impact on ratepayers as we extend this program. So some of the suggestions we saw in terms of perhaps a budget target, perhaps declining incentives over time, which we would assign to PURA to evaluate, should have an ameliorative effect on the cost of the program and public benefits. And we're keeping all our options open. We're exploring alternative options for ways to pay for this program, which would not impact ratepayers in the same fashion. That is our goal. We feel the program itself is critically important. We need a successor program, particularly with what's going on at the federal level. We think our programs have worked fairly well, but the main reason we asked PURA to evaluate them is so that we could refine them and tweak them to a point where they're even more efficient and serve ratepayer interests to the greatest degree. So we beg your indulgence. We realize this is a big bill. There's always one big bill coming out of the committee in this session, but we have taken the testimony very much to heart, and I think you will see some significant changes in the coming weeks. And you know, at that point, we can discuss again, maybe not as a committee, but separately, exactly how that plays out this session. So for me, this is particularly important that we move the bill forward and have the opportunity to continue that conversation in the coming weeks. Are there other comments or questions? Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in strong opposition of House Bill 5340 today. from all the testimony and evidence, as well as the evidence of how similar programs have been run in the past, this will represent a very, very large future price tag for consumers who are already paying too much in Connecticut. We already have the third highest electric bills in the country, and a large portion of that compared to other states is in the form of public benefits. And this will represent $1 billion+ public benefit charge a decade or two into the future, probably to the tune of hundreds of millions per year for some years. I want to see all forms of energy succeed in this state. I think we need an all-of-the-above energy approach in our policy, which means an equal playing field for all forms of energy so that they can compete, drive down costs, and ultimately, hopefully, succeed. But very expensive subsidy programs on the back of Connecticut consumers who are hurting is unwise, and it represents a continuation of mistaken policies of the past. This bill, according to the testimony, would represent hundreds of millions in some years and billions in total of public benefits charges into the future, subsidizing some private energy producers as multiples of what others are getting in terms of price in the market. And we wouldn't go to a gas station in Connecticut and buy gasoline for $12 a gallon, but this is essentially what we would be doing in programs like this going forward. You know, we might strongly disagree in the end. You know, even if there are party line votes and this advances, I would strongly urge those who vote for it to refine it going forward, to try to limit the costs, you know, along the lines of some of the things that Chairman Steinberg mentioned, including going back to a price auction, reverse price auction, instead of administratively set prices, limiting the cost year to year. But I don't see any way around the fact that this will represent a very, very large increase in public benefits charges into the future for Connecticut consumers who are paying too much already. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Thank you, Senator. Other comments? Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Maybe no surprise that I agree with the good senator. I think renewables is going to be in our portfolio looking forward. I think that we need to focus on how we make renewables more cost effective. And in my opinion, looking at how we're doing renewables with every residential family getting incentives for solar panels doesn't make as much sense as maybe having them grouped together. We've got a lot of interconnection that we're doing when we add this in just individually to each different house, and I think there's less bang for the buck. So I would like to look forward to better ways to utilize solar, or better ways to use our renewables that are more cost effective. And from what I see now, this bill doesn't support that. I'm certainly happy if allowed to be in on the conversation moving forward, because I think we owe it to the state of Connecticut to be very thoughtful when we are asking them to, again, add more dollars to the ratepayer bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say that the thoughtful part is what we're all focusing on now. And I'll also comment that there are aspects of our policy that we cannot really execute in a vacuum. The unpredictability of national factors have had a far greater impact on current and future energy costs in the state of Connecticut than anything we can do with the public benefits. That unpredictability, the chaos inherent in certain policies at the national level, make our job so much harder. The fact that we can finally celebrate that power is coming off our offshore wind project after efforts to block it, not once but twice, indicates what we're up against. And for us to effectively abandon the field in the face of this chaos would be irresponsible to the people of the state of Connecticut. I honestly believe we are doing what is in the state's interest to preserve programs that have worked for us in the past. We are not adding to them. We are actually making them more efficient. And we will not be increasing the public benefits charge by any stretch of the imagination. Representative Winter, followed by Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear a lot of the criticism from the ranking members, and I take it seriously. I also think that the structure before us for the successor program takes it seriously, particularly when we look at reducing the export rate for solar projects. That really changes the compensation structure and incentivizes those projects to bring storage online, which then shifts the power that's coming back on the grid to peak demand, where it's going to save ratepayers the most amount of money by reducing those huge peaks in what we're paying for supply, which we all know is the largest part of our bill. We've seen from the successor program study that the Energy Storage Solutions program has a great payback. On the commercial side, for every dollar we put in, Pura estimates we're getting $2 back in ratepayer benefits. That's because of the supply piece I mentioned, but also impacts on reduced investment in our transmission system and our distribution system. So I think that there's a way, like you said, there's a lot of details that have to be worked out, but there's a way to structure this to make sure that it's not only that individual project, commercial scale project, or that individual homeowner who's putting solar on their roof that's benefiting, but that this is cost effective for all ratepayers. I think that there are real nuances here that make this really important, but the biggest one is not nuanced at all. In this last week, the world's largest natural gas field in Iran was struck by a missile. The world's largest LNG export terminal was struck by a missile. And you might say, well, it's as simple as bringing in a new pipeline through New York State, but there's a huge unanswered question about who pays for it. And that would be ignoring that there's a huge amount of LNG capacity that's coming online in the Gulf of Mexico. Like it or not, we exist in a... Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. The Gulf. Like it or not, we exist in a global energy market for oil and natural gas, and that is a fact that we as state policymakers will have to contend with. This is a great way to generate electricity, store electricity, and release those electrons at peak periods when it can provide peak value to ratepayers. And I think it is, like you said, there's a lot of unanswered questions, but it is essential to energy security and affordability that we move forward with it. And that's the last point I'd make is this is energy that can come onto the grid now. Even if you were in favor of building a giant new natural gas plant, it's not going to be coming online in the next 5 years. Or if you're interested in advanced nuclear, and I think everybody here is interested in advanced nuclear, it's not happening tomorrow. It'd be great if it was, but it's not. So I think we need to be looking at how we can provide clean and affordable electricity to Connecticut now. Thank you.
Presented excellent arguments, and it is a good point. What other source of generation do we have in our back pocket right now? And if we continue to have increasing demand, we don't have a lot of options. Solar is the way to get that done. Representative Foster.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, Chairman Steinberg. I want to align myself with the good statements of Representative Winter. I want to add on a couple of other points. I think people would expect me, given a lot of the context that I bring to this committee, to be opposed in general to a bill supporting the successor programs of solar. But I believe that this is a good opportunity for us to learn from the experiences that we've had in my neck of the woods, to find opportunities for improvement. And there are opportunities that I hope we see refinement in this language before it gets to the floor. I do think we have an opportunity to address what is one of our very large weaknesses, which is that our generation can be exported and we can maintain that locally. In my neck of the woods, I believe that we would be able to power a good proportion or more than we need in my district just by the solar that exists in our neck of the woods. And that would resolve a lot of the angst of my community, is if we were maintaining the balance of that solar generation locally. I also hear from constituents in the solar industry who say that, localized energy is an opportunity for energy independence. I think that that is something that Representative Winter very eloquently share. But it is also an opportunity for emergency response to be appropriate. In our times of significant outage, when you pair on-site generation and storage together, you can have a local business be the emergency response opportunity. You can have your school be your emergency response location, and solar successor programs are essential for us making that happen. There is a fix that I think is really important that I'd like to see happen in our future iterations, and that is we need to move away from the model of capacity that is first in, last left out of our energy generation. We cannot have whoever comes into our generation first win the whole bite of the apple, and whoever comes in later for generation opportunities, the later adopters, be left out of grid capacity, footing the entire bill for the remainder of capacity. That needs to be fixed as we see our options moving forward. And I also think we have some adoption issues when it comes to the distribution of solar throughout our state that warrant addressing. And I think that there's been significant movement not just in this committee, but in other committees this session, to move towards that direction. It is also good for the state to do that because, again, solar energy generation and storage paired locally is where our best opportunities can be achieved. So I'm going to be voting yes to see this bill get out of committee. I think that might be a surprise. Sometimes when people hear me talk about the issues that I have with my generation facilities, I get sort of categorized as being concerned about solar. I'm excited to see us move forward with successor programs that work, and I am excited to see things that favor local business and industry being able to generate their own energy, local municipalities being able to generate and use their own opportunities, and I'm excited to see these successor programs move forward. I think we have work to do, and I'm excited and hopeful that I might be able to be part of those conversations moving forward, but I thank the chairman for helping us get language out of the committee to find successor programs happening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. You made a number of important points there, and we do appreciate the fact that even though your neck of the woods has been the testing ground for much of the solar going on in the state, that we would benefit from a strategy that really spreads it around and takes advantage of opportunities around the state. And I think that is in our future. And you also raise an important point broadly about capacity and interconnections. This is a broader discussion this committee needs to have in the near future in conjunction with the utilities. Thank you for that. Representative Buckby, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I hate to, as soft and fuzzy as this meeting has been so far, I hate to tell you I didn't bring my guitar for any kumbaya today. And a lot of that sits with a lot of no's on this. And I think the biggest problem I see with this bill, as we've seen for quite a while now with this committee, that we're putting half-baked bread out into the floor and saying, hey, trust us, it's going to be great. Trust us, it's going to be good. That's not what we're here for. We have this building here to prepare and get this drafted and ready before we vote on it to bring it across the street. Once again, this committee is doing that we're not prepared. We don't know the cost involved. The number one thing that we're getting from our constituents is the cost. And we'll figure that part out. We don't know that part yet. We got to start finishing bills here in this building where it belongs, as opposed to waiting until it gets across the street, and then we have another, overnight, hey, by the way, this came in overnight last night, we're voting on it in a couple hours with another strike call amendment on something that wasn't entirely baked out properly in the process. There is a process to this building, and sadly, once again, we're ignoring the process by saying, oh yeah, we'll have a little bit more, we'll throw some more in there. It'll be bipartisan, which I love how that's thrown around here too, because it's usually not. I've been told by leadership of this committee that you want to change things, get more votes. So the political aspect of it hits, and I can't keep saying yes, this will be great when I don't know what it's going to be. So I'm sadly going to be a no again, and hope that in the future we look to actually finish a bill before we vote it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to categorically disagree with the good representative on this point. I think that anybody who's been in this legislature or has observed it long enough recognizes that probably the vast majority of bills get out of committee and then have significant work done subsequently. And if you compound that with the fact this is a very short session for a small committee with very tight deadlines, and this is a fairly momentous bill, I would have hoped that you would give us the benefit of the doubt on something that is worth all our consideration and further deliberation to this point. I think we'll just have to agree to disagree on that point. Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard some good testimony from around the country by some of our witnesses, and they were talking about Texas, not a state like Connecticut. However, they are combining small solar individual units, the porch units, the balcony units, with storage devices in each house, and they are saving, the people that live in those houses are saving money, and this bill will allow that for the first time. The solar succession language in here instructs PURA to include rate setting, including the costs and benefits to participants and the non-participating ratepayers. So they're going to have to balance those things as they roll out these smaller solar units. I think when we're looking at the destruction of the traditional fossil fuels right now in the Mideast, and yesterday, I don't know what it is today, but yesterday the oil was $108 a barrel, and it's just going to jump up and down. We have got to have some stable energy supplies right in our state to reduce the peak load and to get us from here till the next few years when we get our small nuclear plants. But to ignore the potential of these small solar units would be nuts, in my opinion. We've got to do what we can to stabilize our energy prices to help our constituents. So while I know we're going to continue working on the bill, I think we're on the right track, and I hope members will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other comments or questions? Representative Buckbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to echo some of the comments made. I have some concerns, one on the process and two on the cost that we're talking about here. On the process, it's already been articulated. You know, as we sit here today, I actually haven't heard a single member of this committee speak in favor of the actual bill that we're voting on. They're speaking in favor of an idea of what the bill might become later on. So as we sit here today, the bill itself is objectionable. I think it's objectionable to a lot of people because a lot of people are saying it needs a lot of changes. And we haven't fleshed those out. We haven't seen them. So it's impossible for me to sit here and say, oh, yes, I'm going to go support that because I have to support what's on the paper. I don't know what's coming next. As to the cost, you know, the biggest concern that I continue to hear about from residents is the cost of electricity, and the biggest part of the bill that everyone talks about is the public benefits charge. And we, as a committee this session, haven't really tackled any legislation that would have any meaningful impact on that charge. And here with this bill, as it's currently written, and I'm hopeful that it will change as it gets to the floor and there are adjustments made, but as currently written, we're adding significant costs onto that charge. And I think that's a bit tone deaf because that is the number one thing that people are concerned about. And I think we need to have meaningful discussions in that regard, and we need to address that. So for those reasons, I think the bill as presented here today, the bill we're actually voting on, the language before us, I can't support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And you raise an interesting point, which is we really haven't discussed a lot about the specifics of this bill, and there's a reason for that. The core of this bill is not new. It's an extension of existing programs. The costs are not adding costs. They are continuing costs. And in fact, they're reducing the costs that will continue. So there is a certain assumption going into this that people were familiar with the framework we've had for solar incentives for the past number of years. And when we talk successor programs, we're not talking dramatic changes to those successor programs. We're trying to make them more efficient. We're trying to make sure there are fewer stranded projects. We're trying to minimize the costs. But the programs themselves are not dramatically different from what we've been doing for a number of years. So that may actually inform the fact we haven't gotten into the details as much because we presumed that there's a certain baseline understanding of what we're trying to accomplish here. So again, to put this in perspective, we asked PURA to do a study a couple years ago, explicitly what we call successor programs. But in reality, the recommendations that came back for them are pretty much steady as we go. The basic outlines remain similar to what we've been doing all along. And that, to some degree, has meant that we haven't gotten into detail, though I'm certainly glad to do that with you at any time, Representative. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the most part, well, for all parts, I agree with a lot of what's been said, the concerns, that real valid concerns that are voiced here today with this bill in front of us. And I understand the words of the chair, the House chair just now, but when I see the document in front of me, it remains vague to me. We're allowing Pura to go out and kind of, without real direction, set rates. I mean, as we're doing away with our renewable energy credits, we're coming up with this new system of a tariff, and I questioned the commissioner of that, and I said, what my fear is that we're growing these into a public benefit. We're starting a huge public benefit with this, and she agreed with me. You could check the transcript on that, and so it's, I understand what the chair's been doing over the years on solar, and in some places I admire it. Solar does work. I mean, if you have your panels on your rooftops, and that's good. I worry about the subsidies where 9 people on your road are paying for your solar, kind of, that kind of naive comparison to that. But when you look at subsidies, that's exactly what they are. We're all expecting, and the offshore wind came up. We've had that debate in the years past. I won't dredge up that debate, but I've been opposed to that offshore since its inception. I was a no vote in this committee on that because I call it the environmentalist in me. What it did to our ocean beds, our fisheries, and our bird migration, you name it, it was real environmental damage, and I think it will stay that way in the future. Really damage our environment in that area. Having said all that, there's a section in, I'm intrigued by the plug-in solar, Section 5. I think we could, if that were a standalone bill, I would, we take a look at that and the ramifications around that and how we could maybe take our first steps to implement that kind of a system. And another section that really bothers me is, and it's been brought up by my colleague across the aisle here, about the footprint of the solar that we're contemplating here to meet our renewable portfolio standards. And we're seeing a lot of our farmland being taken. We're seeing a lot of our forests being cut down to meet that need. And it's a real issue. Section 6 agrivoltaic systems, kind of a funny name for it, but that kind of people are under the gun with the Siting Council. And then the Siting Council is just citing these things, and we're worried about the conditions of our soil, the farmland, our future farmland, and when they get cited, that's it. They're building them. So they're kind of throwing a bone that way with Section 6. They're saying, oh, we'll consult with the Department of Agriculture. We're not really giving them a voice, a veto, or whatever, and with the Siting Council. We'll make sure that the DOA is involved in this decision. So it's very, very vaguely written, and to the point where, everything here is a work in progress. I worry about that in the short session. I'm still naive enough to think that we should be able to put out a final product in this committee. There's a lot of real fine minds that sit around the table, a lot smarter than me, and we should be able to put out a good product, and I just don't think this is it. So we probably should stop this, and we will consult with the good House chair in the future to make a better solar bill, a solar policy in the future maybe, but we should probably stop this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. For the first time, we'll do Senator Fazio for the second time after that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to comment a little bit more on Section 6, and that is the agrivoltaics. Did I get that right? So, in my opinion, solar is probably the biggest threat we have to the farmers in our state right now. I was talking to a farmer yesterday at our Ag Day, and he said that on an acre of land, he can expect to net about $1,000 by farming it. And currently, he can lease that land for about $2,000 for solar. All right? So this is a big difference and, you know, clearly a threat to the farmland in our state. And I realize that the idea of the bill is to develop solar and farming on the same land, but in testimony we heard that often that's basically a farce, that they will take the farmland, they'll cover it with solar voltaic cells, and they'll put a beehive in the corner and call it farming still. So I would be opposed to anything that further decreases the amount of farming done in the state, and I know it's not final yet, and I certainly hope that when they look at this, they make sure that farming is really still done on any land that has solar on it. Thank you.
Thank you. You raised an important point. And to your comments, our intent is to help farmers. We value the farms we have here in the state, and we recognize the challenges that farmers face these days to keep their farms viable. There are many things going on that mean that crop yields and crop prices change. It's a very tough business, and we give them tremendous credit. Well, we view this as a way for them to keep their farms going. They can take their least arable acre or two of land and apply to that, improve their cash flow, and keep the farm going. That's the goal here. Is there potential for abuse? Well, many things we do could be abused. But we believe the farmers who want to keep farming will be intrigued and be excited by the prospect of including a little solar as part of their revenue portfolio and actually keeping the farms going, which I think would make us all happy. So that's the intent. If we need to refine it further, we'll have that conversation, but thank you for that. Senator Fazio for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. I just wanted to address a few issues. First, this does represent a new cost and a significant new cost, and I don't think anyone has adequately counteracted that argument. There's price tags that have been put on this of multi-billion dollars, hundreds of million dollars a year, and we haven't seen anything to the contrary. The idea that it is just a continuation, no, the program was set to expire under law next year, meaning that there will not be new costs on the backs of ratepayers unless we as a state legislature pass a new law allowing it. And that's what this bill would do. Substantial new costs will be paid by ratepayers for decades if we pass this into law. The second is that solar is good and can provide a value to the grid, but the question is not whether it's good or bad, it's how much we should pay for it compared to other forms of energy. Does it deserve a special benefit, and to what extent should it? We talked the other day, I think in a bipartisan manner, about how permitting reform could reduce costs of actually installing and developing solar projects. I think that is good. It's pro-solar and it's pro-affordability. But providing an industry an open-ended subsidy, we've been subsidizing solar development on the backs of ratepayers to the tunes of hundreds of millions or billions of dollars since the 2000s, since I was in middle school in this state. And there has to be an honest conversation about when those industrial policies end and when industries are expected to stand on their own 2 feet. We are not running a state government to the benefit of private corporations making profits. We are running a state government to the benefit of regular people being able to afford to live here. We have to view the big picture here, and that is an important context. Finally, there are the geopolitical and national considerations, are ones worth thinking about. Places like Texas have rolled out immense amounts of solar and wind. They do not have these subsidy programs that we do. The gift of that God gave other parts of the country of open land and sun and wind, unencumbered by forest and hills, just makes it more affordable per kilowatt hour to develop and operate. And you cannot pass a law and to change an act of God. So but that doesn't mean that we cannot have these kilowatt hours online. It's just a matter of how much are you paying for it. They are not subsidizing it like we are, and to another point, even with the fluctuations in gas prices one way or the other, it's still substantially more affordable than other forms of generation. And one of the reasons we need new supply is because if you look in the winter peaks, there is a 3 to 4 times cost differential between natural gas in Pennsylvania and just a couple hundred miles away here in Connecticut. And we're going to need to ameliorate that situation. But even with the high prices, it's often still the most affordable source of reliable energy. We can have an all of the above energy solution in this state and policy where all forms of energy succeed on an equal playing field and drive down costs. I truly believe it's better for industries in the long run to compete on their own 2 feet than to be mother may I to the government every 5 or 10 years for a new subsidy. I truly, honestly believe that, which is part of the reason you see in other parts of the country solar and wind actually succeeding more than they are now. They're not live by the government, die by the government. They're let's compete, let's drive down costs, and let's succeed on those merits. And I think that is a better alternative for Connecticut that protects ratepayers and will enable all forms of energy to succeed in the long run.
Thank you, Senator. You make some interesting points. I too would love to reach the point where we don't have any need to subsidize any renewable form of energy, have a truly level playing field. Alas, that seems very elusive. I think we have been, on a national level, subsidizing the fossil fuel industry since I was in middle school. And that was a little bit earlier than Senator Fazio. And we continue not to hold them accountable for the polluting costs they also incur. So if we really want to talk about a level playing field and the day in which we can abandon the idea of subsidizing renewable energy, let's get to a real level playing field. Until such time, and as was noted by Representative Winter, this is the one form of energy that Connecticut can control. It's a wonderful idea to talk about a new pipeline, but I don't see any company jumping up to say, I want to build one. If this was such a great thing, how come our president hasn't come back to it? Maybe he's distracted right now, that's possible. Suffice it to say, renewable energy is perhaps the most critical component of Connecticut's energy independence of anything. And if, even as we embrace an all of the above strategy, if we don't have a plan to give us some alternative to augment our supply, we could find ourselves in real trouble. Again, this is not a new program with a bunch of new costs. This is an extension of existing proven programs that we're refining to make more efficient. We are not adding to public benefits. We are continuing reduced public benefits for something that should matter a lot to the state of Connecticut going forward. If anything, we should note with the volatility of energy prices in our country and around the world is specifically that we need to have some measure of control here in the state, or we will pay the price for the actions of others. So this is why this bill is so important to me and others. We must be able to control our own destiny and look out for ratepayers in the long term. And that involves more than just price. It involves value, it involves reliability, it involves stability that are all in danger with the current circumstances. Representative Buckby.
Thank you. I appreciate the acknowledgement for the second time. I'll make it brief. I guess my question with this is, what we talked about on Tuesday was any state-backed solar program that's on existing commercial or industrial land, right, doesn't have to be environmentally tested. That's pretty much what extended every single solar project now. Then all of this extended, it's going to be pretty much every project then not having to go through environmental testing. Would that be accurate?
I don't know if we've resolved that point, Representative, yet. And certainly the goal on a bipartisan basis was to look at streamlining of permitting broadly so that we can facilitate good outcomes. I think many of the people in this committee were conflicted by the potential downside on not having those environmental reviews. And I respect that. I have a lot of sympathy for that. Our goal is not to put anybody at environmental risk. And certainly, if that were to be the outcome of that legislation, we would reconsider it. But I don't see the idea of streamlining permitting as incompatible with good environmental responsibility. And finding that balance is something that we will struggle to accomplish.
I appreciate the answer. I'm not sure it's, again, I don't think we're going to be in agreement on this. My bigger concern would be, again, if this has been a bill that we've been working on for many years, as you talked about, this concept has been many years in the making, and it's nothing new that we knew was coming. Why in short session we have to try to rush it through before it's fully baked? So that other question that you say we're going to have to work on, we're going to have to figure out, I don't trust that we're going to be fully bipartisan, and I hope I'm wrong. I'm just going on the experience I have that it's usually, here's the draft, here's what it's going to be, and good luck. So I definitely have significant doubts of that, and I hope to be wrong on the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you. You raise a point that the audience should be aware of. Originally, we had tasked Pura to come back to this committee with recommendations as of January. Because of their incredibly intense workload, much of which we've created, they asked us for a couple of months extra in which to complete the work. So in fact, we've had their recommendations for only a matter of weeks, and we are reacting to it to that degree. And they have proposed in their refinements some changes that have evoked some controversy. So we are sifting through the testimony very carefully to make sure that even in this constrained, rushed time frame, we're doing right. But I take your point. This is not the ideal. I wish we had even more time to evaluate it. We're working with what we have, and I think we're actually, even with the changes that are coming down the pike, we're in, at least many of us are in general agreement on the structure and on the refinements that we're talking about. So I do believe that we can accomplish that in a couple of weeks and come back with a bill that reflects the recommendations from Pura and also reflects all the good testimony we've heard. Are there other comments or questions? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a couple of things. One thing I did forget is we do have one of our former ranking members at the table. It was a pleasure working with him as a ranking member 98% of the time. We'll give it 2% that I was questioning. I haven't matched up yet. You and Tracy, I think she's easier to work with. Easier. Let me just say, she didn't have boxing gloves hanging on the office next door to me. But then again, prior to that, I had Representative Ferraro as my neighbor, who I always felt incredibly safe when he was there. Life is funny. He's going to be my opponent in this election, but I respect Representative Ferraro. And like I said, Senator Formica, yourself, Representative Ferraro, current ranking members, this Representative Steinberg, Representative Arcante, we were always thoughtful about what we did. We were always attempting to be collaborative, literally right till the last minute, sometimes after the last minute. And I do want to say that I don't know in the history of energy policy, I don't go back beyond 2018, 2019 when I got here. My understanding is that bills were always a work in progress until the end. This is subject matter that's incredibly complicated. One thing I will say with regard to the solar programs that I think is important is that when Representative Arcante, who's now Commissioner Arcante, was on the committee, we did write programs that had sunset dates. We did that, and I've always recommended that in the legislature we do more of that, because I think all programs should be reviewed periodically, whether they're at the state level or at the municipal level or at the federal level, because I think that things are dynamic in this world. Things are dynamic in general in life. So I think we did that. We built that in here so that nothing was baked in permanently, unlike, as Representative Steinberg said, the perpetual, unending subsidies for fossil fuels in this country, which, you know, as somebody who's been an investor for the last 35 years, I had investment advisors call me continually about investing in natural gas partnerships that provided a 35% immediate tax credit for every dollar I invested. Immediate, a tax write-off. To this day, those subsidies exist for the fossil fuel industry. People who have money invest in them all the time because they're generally net producers of consistent revenue for the investors. So people in this body are very conveniently liking the subsidies that they don't like and not liking the subsidies that they don't like. And we're all very keenly able here to rationalize our opinions, to make good arguments when arguments seem not very good, in my opinion. And that's, quite frankly, all of us. I know I have been called a steamroller. I might be, in that I can argue the pants off things. That's a nice way to put it. And I really think that, of course, we're on teams here. We're trying to, I think this committee has really tried to be different, certainly in the time I've been here, and worked in a bipartisan way to find common ground. The comments that were made about the safety of wind, which I can respect, but find in the context of energy in general, there is no free lunch when it comes to energy. You build fossil fuel plants in people's neighborhoods, they're breathing crappy air. You're impacting the quality of their lives. You improve pumping stations for natural gas, and people who live near them don't want them. You put up solar arrays, and people who support farmers don't want those solar arrays because they want to tell the farmers what to do, when those same people would argue for the freedom of the farmer to make their own decisions about where they make their own money. So people, none of us are purists at this table. Maybe a few of us are. But I'm not. I'm a pragmatist, and I look very closely at every single policy that we put together and weigh all the issues that are within my capability of weighing. I appreciate the kind words that Representative Steinberg made. I like to consider myself as somebody who looks at a wide amount of data and analyzes down to common sense solutions. I find myself, as I get older, less and less patient with people who just stake out a territory and don't want to move off of it in a conversation, because those are not conversations. And quite honestly, the biggest disappointment of being in this body is what I have found as large-scale intransigence of people based on political beliefs or personal beliefs. Or I think we're here to solve the people's problems, for God's sakes, and the people have problems here. So no free lunch. We absolutely need to find solutions to the energy problems. Most of us don't live downwind from a fossil fuel plant that spewed NOx emissions all winter long and all summer long and have high asthma rates. Wind is not perfect, but it's really the best solution for the Northeast, in my opinion. We were looking at 8.9 cents per kilowatt hour and coming down. A war in Ukraine happened, supply chains got compromised, and then we had a president who just didn't like what they look like, and that they're hurting birds. The arbitrariness of pulling out permits that projects were 80% done speaks to the insanity of that kind of an approach. Today, contrary to what my good colleagues have said, I am not hearing about the public benefits being the primary issue. I'm hearing that gas is going to be $4 and maybe $5 a gallon in the next few weeks, that home heating oil has gone up by 75% in the last month. I'm hearing those kinds of comments. I am terrified about the cost of standard service electricity going into July because I don't know what natural gas prices are going to be. We pay an enormous risk premium for the fact that 50% of our electric generation comes from natural gas. Thank God this body and the people who supported it, and the governor of this state negotiated a deal with Millstone. Thank God they did, because that's been a stabilizing 2,000 megawatts of energy for our grid at a fixed price. That process is ongoing right now. Hopefully, we can negotiate additional stability of pricing. And I find a lot of the arguments around the circle to be mind-blowing. And as we sit here, serious people trying to find serious solutions that may or may not be politically satisfactory to everybody around the circle. We're trying to fix problems. We're trying to plan a future for our kids. You know, it's become taboo today to talk about the intangible cost of climate change. Although, I would say that the canary in the coal mine of businesses that address this issue every single day are the insurance companies. They are sending us a clear message about what the cost of climate change really is. They are hammering us. Look at your property casualty insurance. Look at the fact that there are whole parts of the country that today are not insurable. This is going to get worse. And I'm not saying Connecticut, I've been the leader as a Democrat in saying we can't solve climate change in Connecticut on our own. But I will not be an unapologetic advocate for fossil fuels. And members of this body know that I have supported an all of the above strategy, because I believe that we have to when we take ratepayers into account. But I am deeply, deeply concerned that there is nobody lining up to build a pipeline, and the opposition to additional pipelines is going to be overwhelming, and it's going to be bipartisanly overwhelming. It's not just going to be the Democrats who are opposed to it. It's going to be everybody who lives near a pipeline that's going to be dug or improved. We know that because it's going on today. And that's not a new pipeline. That's improving the capacity of a pipeline. So I am unapologetic about supporting an all of the above strategy, but I am also unapologetic about the fact that I know what the future holds. When we approved 2,000 megawatts of wind energy, we saw the energy future. We wanted to do the right thing, and the arbitrariness of Washington's policies have hurt. The all-in strategy of drill, baby, drill, and dig, baby, dig is a terrible, terrible strategy for us in Connecticut, for the country, and for the world. And I will not stand by as a chair of this committee and let that be the rule here. So I'm going to sum this up. You can all tell that I'm kind of agitated. There's more the budget last night, to be quite honest, in my town. But somebody told me something early on when I took over chairing this committee, that the capital cost of renewables is what we subsidize. That's what we do subsidize. We don't subsidize ongoing digging, drilling, burning. We subsidize the capital cost, but the energy is free. We are not paying for the energy. You don't pay for the wind, you don't pay for the sun, you don't pay for hydropower. The energy is free. So you build it and it produces. Not perfect, but it's better than the alternatives. We need to manage the cost impact, but I stand here unapologetically supportive of the idea that we need to do a new solar bill. We need to extend the programs in a cost-effective, thoughtful way. And what Representative Steinberg said is we are looking to replace programs. We are looking to make them revenue neutral or lower. And I want to go back to one other thing on the public benefits, which seems to be, was a big political win for Republicans for me to allow that to happen in a negotiation on a bill, because I believe in transparency also. I think that that's healthy. But the way that bill was designed, it shows 45 items, both into two categories. Most people don't know what they are, and most people won't. Most people don't know what cost there is for solar, what cost there is for wind. The references to the billions and billions of dollars is another bill on the agenda that we are going to hold. Just to be perfectly clear, I know it's going to disappoint a few people, but there has been enough of a concern about 5471 that we decided that that bill will be held. The successor programs to the solar programs are going to be revenue neutral or lower cost. And I just want to remind everybody, even if you can't because they're energy hedges for most of the 2 buckets under public benefits, but if you drop them all off, we would still be in the top 10 most expensive states in the country. That has to do with being in New England. That has to do with living in a region that's heavily wooded with a very, very expensive grid to maintain. That has to do with being at the end of a pipeline that nobody wants to invest in expanding. Nobody, not the pipeline companies. And I don't know how this body would vote if the state of Connecticut was asked to subsidize the construction of a pipeline which could cost between $5 and $15 billion, because that's what it would cost to build a new pipeline to bring more gas from Pennsylvania, something which I've not been opposed to as a medium-term solution to figuring out how to produce our energy, not generating any terrible emissions. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm standing in strong support of this bill, knowing that it's a work in progress. I applaud your work on this bill, and I thank you for your 16, 18 years of commitment to this cause.
Thank you, Senator. You raised a number of points, and I appreciate your passion on this subject. I'll just add 2 things. One is we actually had a bill not too long ago, by my reckoning, where we were asked to vote whether or not we would subsidize the construction of a natural gas pipeline on the backs of ratepayers. And that was a tough vote. I voted for it, but I'm still scratching my head trying to figure out whether that was the right answer or not. So we could be in that situation again, depending on how things work out. And the other key point you made, we've had a lot of conversation about the variety of generation sources. And the only way we can really have an intelligent conversation is to do something we've talked about, but we really haven't done. Well, we have. We did a version of it some years ago, which is VDER, the value of distributed energy. And I would go further. I would do the value of all energy generation. So we can make literal apples-to-apples comparisons that really look at the entire costs of various generation sources. The cost of the energy itself, as Senator Needleman says, in a few instances, are negligible or none, but also the cost of capital to bring the energy to us, to construct whatever infrastructure is necessary to do so, and ideally capturing the soft costs that are real to the people that they affect, particularly when it comes to pollution and the public health. So as my parting shot for this committee, I strongly recommend that we do the job right next time and do a full evaluation of our generation sources, even if we have to pay a third party to do it, so we can have this intelligent and important conversation with real facts at hand, rather than continuing to speculate. Other comments or questions? If not, Madam Clerk, I think we are ready for a vote.
This is a roll call vote on item number 1 of the agenda, House Bill 5340, an act concerning renewable power generation, to BJF to the floor. Senator Needleman?
Yes.
Representative Steinberg?
Yes.
Senator Fazio?
No.
Representative Mara?
No.
Representative Sanchez? Representative Sanchez? Senator Maroney?
Yes.
Senator Cabrera? Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco?
Gresco's a yes.
Representative Horn? Senator Marr? Senator McCrory? Representative Mushinski?
Yes.
Representative Piscopo?
No.
Representative Yacarino. Representative Bucksbaum.
No.
Representative Constantine.
Yes.
Representative Buckby.
No.
Representative Foster. Representative Jensen.
No.
Representative Canino. Representative Winter.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier. Representative Hughes. Representative Ali Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Back to Representative Sanchez. Back to Representative Yacarino.
No.
Representative Hughes.
Yes. Can you see me?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is another busy day at the Capitol, so we will be holding votes up until 5 p.m. today for our colleagues who are hither and yon doing other good business. We can now move on to item 2 of the agenda, House Bill 5472, an act concerning the safety of energy generation sources and energy storage systems. This is a JFS to the floor. The relevant LCO number is 3453. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Appropriately moved by Representative Foster and recognizing the second. This is another bill in which we've had a lot of conversations. The flip side of any new technology is making sure it's safe for everybody who's affected by it. I think we've had some really good conversations to this point. I commend Representative Foster for the work she's done on it to date. There's still a little bit of back and forth. I do believe we're much of the way along here, but I will defer to Representative Foster if she has anything she'd like to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is a result of a lot of long-standing conversations, a lot of ideas about what to do to make responses after an incident safer. We were the unfortunate municipality where incidents were tested. Me and Representative Boyd can both tell you stories about an incident where, there's a fire on a solar array. This is Rep. Boyd's example, and the who to contact, how to contact to make sure it gets de-energized and there's an appropriate response time. Those conversations ought to not be complicated. They shouldn't be an afterthought. They should be things we have a plan for. This legislation is actually a very modest proposal. It is probably not nearly as far as many residents in my community would like to see it go, but it's a very modest proposal to put in the safety guards that likely should have been in place all along when it comes to siting renewable energy generation and storage facilities. And I think as the state makes plans to move forward with future renewable energy siting, it makes sense to create accountability and a plan for safety, and to be sure that the municipality's first responders who would be likely to be on scene if there were an incident, when there is an incident, that they are adequately and appropriately trained. And I appreciate wholeheartedly all of the people who helped move this along. A special thanks to OPM, Dr. Wozniak Brown, who helped us sort of collect all of the people who needed to be in the room to make these conversations happen moving forward. I know we've received feedback from a variety of different entities, and I think this is the result of a lot of good compromise, and it makes a modest movement forward, one certainly that won't negatively impact the cost of renewable production. It certainly will not negatively impact the rate of siting, but it will significantly improve the processes and procedures we have in place when it comes to safety. And for that, I'm grateful for everyone who helped move this bill along, and I want to thank the good chairman for allowing us to have this conversation this year. So thank you, Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Representative. Again, thank you for your work on this. This is a challenging subject. We want to do the right thing without being overly restrictive. And I want to commend the good representative for striking the right balance and trying to find something that will not be a drag on new projects. Others, Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the intent of this bill. I have a lot of questions on it, though. Probably first and foremost, early on, and I don't know if this is in this. I don't think this is on the substitute language. It was on line 30 initially, with the that the Siting Council may require at their discretion. It's so ambiguous that it doesn't. And this is what I asked the commissioner about the other day about this bill in general. There's no standard set in place for the Siting Council to stick to. So according to this bill, the Siting Council could, at their discretion, may require to bypass the aquifer protection laws. That's what we brought up in the hearing the other day. It doesn't say otherwise. So I have to think the worst case scenario when I look at something like this bill and say, okay, that's a problem. It should include before and after installation. It should be, that's line 44. I can go through all these things. I have all these notes written down on this whole thing. One of the biggest problems is down in line 100, where we finally have the people included. It doesn't, after all the talk of safety, it doesn't include anyone from the fire marshal's office. Maybe someone from an elected official in one of the districts where it already exists, where we could have someone with some experience there. Any of the legislators, somebody from this committee to have some impact. Or, as I mentioned in public hearing, maybe somebody from one of the outside groups, an outside environmental group, to have some impact on this as well with them. I think it has a lot of holes. And again, the intention is fantastic. But I think the way it's written, the way it came out, to me, it's just Swiss cheese, and this could cause a lot of issue down the road with other scenarios. I think this bill actually opens up a lot of problems. So while I'm sure it's going to pass because it's been brought up, and I hope that it gets worked on between here and across the street, but in the meantime, I can't support this bill as written. I think it's too many holes, and that could really lean to big problems for us down the road. That's what scares me about it with the Siting Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. You brought up some interesting issues, and we hope that you would choose to be part of the process and plug in that Swiss cheese. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I certainly support everything that my colleague has said about, maybe we could look at some things added into this to make it a little more robust. And but I do believe this has been a good process. I appreciate Representative Foster. This has been a long process of getting everybody to the table, and I think that's what it takes to kind of get everybody's thoughts out and to move a bill forward, because there's a lot of opinions when it comes to safety. There's a lot of opinions when it comes to energy, and finding a good route forward is not easy, and this is a testament to this not being an easy process, but I will be voting for this because I think it's going to be moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions? Representative Foster for the second time.
I just want to take an opportunity to respond to the good Representative Buckby. I want to tell you that I take your feedback to heart, and I do think that you make a good point about there needing to be public safety representation. I'll say in the discussions that we had in our response, a lot of our fire safety infrastructure folks felt like this was outside of the scope of their normal operations when they were the ones tasked with having to power that on, but maybe not everyone would feel that way. And so I think that you've made a good point, and I'd like to take that feedback back and see if we can work a fire marshal or a representative of such into the working group. But I will also say, your first comment on in the lines 30, I'm not sure I was able to follow what line number and comment you were on. So if you would like to, I can answer your question perhaps if you give me the opportunity.
Perhaps?
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good representative for the question. Let me see if I can find this real quick for us here. I guess the other thing that might help with this, because one of the questions we had in our recent issue before I even get to that piece, in New Milford, with someone coming in with a battery storage, and that's why I submitted this year for a moratorium right now on battery storage facilities until we have safety in place. Until such time, I don't feel comfortable that we have a good position in place for that. We asked the people who wanted to build this, they said, well, the fire department couldn't step foot on our property until one of our people was there. By the way, they'll be in New Jersey, so it'll be at least a couple hours. So if there's a fire, we have to wait 2 hours. Even if you provide the equipment necessary and the training necessary, we can't step foot onto it. And for us, that was over an aquifer and right next to a river. Yeah, these are the answers we got from people wanting to do this. And the siting council can oversee any of that stuff and let that go and say, hey, we're going to let this happen anyway, even though they don't have these things in place. That's why I initially asked for a moratorium on battery storage until we have all this straightened out. I think that's critical to know what we're talking about before we get into more problems down the road, which is what I foresee. Not that I can tell the future, unlike others who claim to be able to do so. So, if I go into the bill to answer the question of the good representative, I was on line 30 of the initial, and this has obviously changed spots, but it did say that the council, they're the same thing, 2930, the council may, in the council's discretion, require the conditional approval for facility described. That's no standard. There's no standard set for them, and that's our job, I think, between here and public safety, to establish some sort of criteria that they should have to live by, not, they can if they want to. It's kind of their choice if they want to do this. It's not a way for government to be set. It's not a way to protect our environment or our power in that same breath, and it really puts our emergency services people in risk. So I think that's my problem with this. And again, intent's fantastic for the bill, but some of these things are missing. And if we could straighten out something for those individuals, some sort of criteria they should have to live by, I might be in support. If we could adjust into Section 1 that we hold that moratorium on batteries until that day should happen, I might be in support of this because it gets there. But that's the problem we're facing. Just like I don't face the solar issues that my good friend does up in East Windsor, this is our big issue here. And if I don't stand by our environmental side and stand by the people in my community who are so upset about this, I'm not doing my job either. So in the same way, that's why I'm fighting this. This should include more to it. This is, I'm sorry that I referred to it as weak sauce, but this is a little bit of weak sauce. This needs to be tightened up tremendously. Thank you.
I'm confused now,
Chair.
Representative. Is it weak sauce or is it Swiss cheese?
It's a little bit of weak sauce on the Swiss cheese. It's dripping right through. That's the problem.
That doesn't sound all that appetizing.
We eat strange in New Milford, but that's okay.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other comments or questions? If not, Madam Clerk, we're ready for a vote.
This is a roll call vote for item number 2 of the agenda, House Bill 5472, an act concerning the safety of energy generation sources and energy storage systems to be JFS to the floor with LCO number 3453. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Gresco's yes.
Representative Horn, Senator Marr, Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski, Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yacarino,
I'm going to pass.
Representative Bucksbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
Hard no.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Canino, Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Baumgartner,
Yes.
back to Senator Fazio.
Yes, hoping that we'll continue to work on it.
And back to Representative Yakarino.
Basically, what Senator Fazio said, yes, I think we need to look at some safeguards, but we'll have this conversation. So yes.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, since we have so many of our colleagues attending other important meetings, we will be keeping our votes open until 5 p.m. today. We may now move on to item 3 of the agenda, Senate Bill 419, an act concerning suppliers of electricity. This is a JF. To the floor, do I have a motion? Moved by Representative Winter. Do I have a second? Very bold of you, Representative D'Amico. We have a second. It is bold, particularly for Representative D'Amico, because this bill is not particularly fleshed out. There are so many questions, and that's mostly because we're keeping this alive in case we have some last-minute dramatic changes. I know some people don't like that. But as we have seen in the energy sphere, change seems to be relatively constant. And in the weeks we have remaining to us, we want to maintain the ability to react in real time and make sure we're protecting the people of the state of Connecticut. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, my looking at this is a place bill or a placeholder or dummy bill, as referred to. Again, I would like that we flush things out, that we have something of substance goes into this before we pass it out of committee, that there's something to it. I think this is yet another, and to utilize the other good chair's comment earlier, this is another steamroll. And to me, steamrolling is kind of bullying. We're not involved in this much. So becomes the politics of it that we have to sit here and say, yes, let's let this happen. I can't do that. And it's going to be what it's going to be, but I don't think we should be passing legislation that doesn't have anything to it just in case we come up with ideas later. That's what session's for.
Thank you, Representative. I do resent the bullying suggestion. I've got no steamrollers up my sleeve. He meant it in the nicest of ways. Okay. Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, if we could take a vote.
This is a roll call vote on item number 3 of the agenda, Senate Bill 419, an act concerning suppliers of electricity, to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes?
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Gresco is a yes.
Representative Horn, Senator Marr, Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski, Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yakarino,
No.
Representative Bucksbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine,
Constantine is a yes.
Representative Buckby,
Hard no.
Representative Foster,
I just feel like I need to respond with gentle yes.
Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino, Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Baumgartner?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, the votes will be held up until 5. If you like that last bill, you're going to love this next one. Item 4 is Senate Bill 420, an act concerning natural gas and gas companies. This is a JF to a floor. Do I have a motion? Moved by Senator Neeleman. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Winter. This is another bill which is primarily an empty vessel, though I would argue there's an extra kicker to this one, in that seemingly gas prices are very topical these days. And there are any number of things that could end up impacting the state that it's great to have a tool in the toolbox that affords us a chance to respond to that in real time within the confines of session. So this one could actually end up being important before we're done. Comments? Representative Buckby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I understand your point, and that's why we have amendments available to other bills that we have that are heading across the way to the Capitol. So again, as this has nothing to it, it's basically gas in a bill. So I don't see much of a need for it, and I think it's not what the people put us here for. So I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
I think there's a lot of gas around this place sometimes. So I would argue that this is very much a responsible action on our part because of the current situation that we're in, and that we often, I would prefer to do this, for example, than insert a bill at the very end of the session. And we need to have a bill with a title that's effectively germane for the subject matter. We couldn't simply plug this into the solar bill, for example. That's why it's important for us to maintain a category and a title for this specific potential need.
Thank you for the explanation, and I agree that it doesn't belong in the solar bill. I agree that this is a topic worth discussion. I also agree that the process will have been avoided that we have if this moves on in any capacity. People have said that. And if the idea is so important, why haven't we talked about it up until this point? Why are we waiting until we have still had this? This could have had language on gas bills, or could have had language like we received, an hour or so before we started the meeting. I mean, this all could have had something to it if it was that important. The fact that it has nothing makes me concerned about it, and makes me concerned about what we'll see in the chamber.
Representative, I will apologize for lacking the imagination to potentially anticipate what this federal government might do at any moment, which makes it very hard for me to anticipate what response we might need to make. Representative Buckby, for the third time?
Just in response to your comment, Mr. Chair, I think we feel the same way about the responses from the chairs and from the majority party in Connecticut. We don't know what we're facing. So we're getting the same thing here, and we can keep blaming it on the federal government, or we could actually work together in the true bipartisan fashion that we talk about and actually work together to get some things done that we bring across the finish line, as opposed to the steamrolled and bullied version that we get a lot of times here.
Again, I resent the implication. Representative Iaccarino.
Good afternoon. So obviously, it's great that I don't like what's happening with the Middle East, what's happening with the oil prices, the fuel prices. But I will say that's why it's important for a country to be energy independent. And if we weren't, we'd be even further in trouble. I don't think we should be bickering here, but the fact is, the majority party here, to Buckby's point, you can do anything you want, and for the most part, you always have. So we really need to look at what's best for the ratepayer, the taxpayer, and if this placeholder could bring us to a point where we have, which I just asked the OPM secretary and exec NAMS about the gas holiday. Probably won't happen, but you never know. With politics, it could happen. And I know we want that as Republicans. But we need to, at the end of the day, we need to do something more to bring natural gas to the state and stop fighting it. Stop saying we want it. We don't want it, but the fact of the matter is we need it. And what's happening now in the Middle East totally proves that's important to be energy independent, at least in the year 2026.
Thank you, Representative. I draw a different conclusion from what's going on in the Middle East, which is we lack agency to affect what's going on over there, or maybe we had agency initially. But renewable energy is the solution, and I would agree with you, Representative Iaccarino. We want energy independence, then renewable energy is the one way for us to get there. So thank you for that.
So I appreciate your wise comments. The fact of the matter, if it worked, we'd be using it today. Thank you.
And we are. Representative Mara?
Thank you. I would like to focus on the things that we can do in the state of Connecticut. And one of the things that we can do, and we actually did hear someone come forward about this bill, and she waited and spoke at the very end, and her gas bill is shockingly high, and her distribution is higher than her supply. I think there's lack of transparency in that bill. In her bill, her ratepayer bill. I think that is something that we can do in the state of Connecticut. There's a lot of geopolitical stuff that we can't, but here in this committee, we need to focus on stuff that we can do in the state of Connecticut. And having a closer eye and having more transparency on our bill, as we've done with the electric bill, I believe is something we need to continue on with the other utility bills. And I would like to see that end up in this particular SB 420 that we're looking at. I will be voting yes on this bill in hopes that maybe something like that could be added, as we heard in public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. That was a good point. And transparency in the bills, and as I keep saying, not merely transparency, but accessibility. We could help people understand what their bills are. So even if they don't love them, they can at least understand where the costs are coming from. That's a good consideration. We will definitely discuss it going forward. Are there other comments or questions? If not, Madam Clerk, let's take a vote.
This is a roll call vote on item number 4 of the agenda, Senate Bill number 420, an act concerning natural gas and gas companies to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Gresco, yes.
Representative Horn, Senator Marr, Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Yes.
Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yacarino,
Yes?
Representative Bucksbaum,
Yes.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
Or no?
Representative Foster,
Gentle, yes.
Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino, Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Allie Brennan votes yes.
and Representative Baumgartner.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Again, we'll maintain the votes, keep them open until 5. The next item, item 5 on the agenda, House Bill 5471, an act concerning community renewable generation sources and energy storage systems, will be held. And I feel like I owe everyone here a quick explanation for that. Anybody who followed the testimony with regard to this bill has every right to be confused. There have been any number of assessments of what the cost or the benefits of this program will be, to the point where it's not clear what the real number is. Yet there was enough concern with regard to the potential of having a huge impact on ratepayers that we want to take a step back. It's conceivable that if we're able to come to resolution, this is the kind of thing that could be brought back in the solar bill, but we would do that with full disclosure. But in the environment that we're in, the concerns about overall costs were significant in the instance of this bill. I don't think we've given adequate value to the storage component and its benefit to ratepayers, and that's something we need to look at as well. But I look forward to getting down to brass tacks and better understanding the numbers, and they come from a variety of reputable sources, and the numbers are all over the place. Some of them seem more credible than others. But at this juncture, we don't have the clarity, and since this is so critical to this bill, unfortunately, this is something that we're going to postpone addressing today. Moving along to item 6 on today's agenda, House Bill 5473, an act concerning the satisfaction of telecommunications quality of service standards and settlements in contested proceedings before the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3433. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Nealman. Do I have a second? Second by Representative Winter. As you will recall from the testimony on this bill, this is a sincere effort, primarily working with OCC to refine the settlement language so that we have something we can work with for the long term. There are a lot of small details for making this work, though I believe the JFS language has made significant progress, and we are fairly close to reaching a point where I know OCC will be satisfied that we're protecting ratepayer interests, which is their primary focus. Are there questions or comments? Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I believe I'm going to be a no on this today. I'm not sure that this is, when this was brought forward, it seemed like we had one person that was supporting this and saying there was a need, and we had much opposition to this. And at the time when we heard this, it seemed like there was one state that was kind of moving forward, and I'm still waiting to understand what the other 48 states are actually doing, because it doesn't necessarily seem to be an issue. So I'm no on this today. If more information comes out between now and if it gets brought on the House floor, I may reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Fazio.
I would like to just echo the comments of the representative whose name I was called, and say that I think I'm open to continuing to have the conversation, but on its face, I'm concerned that this is new and unusual regulation into a competitive industry where there is competition and consumers do have choice. So I will be a no today, but I am willing to continue to have a conversation about the proposal.
Thank you, Senator. I think you raise a good point. Obviously, we do not want to constrain the industry. We want to come up with something that's fair, but it's been enough of an issue in the past that we decided to give it a lot of focus, and I want to commend OCC for helping us best understand their experience with protecting ratepayers in this regard. We would prefer that most things can be resolved without getting to the settlement phase, but we need to be careful when we get there that we're looking out for everybody. Is there any other question on the floor? If not, Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote for item number 6 on the agenda, House Bill number 5473, an act concerning the satisfaction of telecommunications quality of service standards and settlements in contested proceedings before the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, to be JFS to the floor with LCO number 3433. Senator Needleman?
Yes.
Representative Steinberg?
Yes.
Senator Fazio?
No.
Representative Mara?
No.
Representative Sanchez?
Rev. Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney?
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Senator Cabrera? Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco?
Gresco is a yes.
Representative Horn? Senator Marr? Senator McCrory? Representative Mushinski?
Yes.
Representative Piscopo?
No.
Representative Yacarino? Representative Bucksbaum?
No.
Representative Constantine?
Constantine is a yes.
Representative Buckby?
Regular, no.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino, Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gothier, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Ali Brennan votes no.
Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Votes will be held open until 5. Moving right along, we come to item 7 on our agenda, House Bill 5469, an act concerning co-located electric suppliers and large electric load customers. This is a JF. To the floor, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Fazio. Do we have a second? This is a chance for you, Representative Winter. Seconded by Representative Winter. Some of us have referred to this bill as the BYOP, or Bring Your Own Power bill, which recognizes there are some large load customers out there who pose new constraints on the grid and on the availability of energy. This is our initial effort to recognize that and try to come up with a reasonable response to how we can protect all the rest of the ratepayers when one of these large projects is proposed. Not a finished product yet, but I think we've had some really good conversations to this point. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Representative. I am going to vote in support of this legislation today. I think the idea of having very large loads behind the meter could pose a risk to the rest of the grid and to consumers and raise the cost of generation. So I think that the policies that have been entertained or introduced in places like Texas and from the president are probably wise in that sense. And this goes along those lines. It's not frequently you see, Trump, Fazio, Winter, Lamont, behind a policy, but I think there's merit to it. I do at the same time not want to, prevent or make it excessively difficult on the industry to develop here. Any industry, including computing power. And, I think I would prefer this to just a policy, for instance, to just apply to large loads behind the meter. If you want to pay the full freight in front of the meter, bring your own power is probably, not an ask that the government should make. So, all this is to say that I'm not, entirely convinced, but I'm certainly highly sympathetic to this point of view, and we'll be voting this today in the committee.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Buckby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's kind of interesting how you always just kind of know I'd like to say something. It's pretty good. You mentioned when you introduced the bill, Mr. Chair, that it's not quite done. What else would you like to do to this bill to make it done?
Well, actually, the point I was making is it's mostly baked compared to some of the other ones that you've commented on in the past.
Correct. So is there more sprinkles or frosting you'd like to add? I'm just curious what other ideas you had to finish the concept, because quite frankly, I like the bill. I like where we're at. I'm just curious what else we're looking to add to it. I was more excited until you said we're almost there. So I'm curious what the almost there would imply as to what else would be for this bill.
Representative, maybe I've been here so long that I just assume that everything is subject to change. I have not selected additional sprinkles for this or any other frostings. It is possible that this is the exception to the rule, that we have a JF bill that's going to go forward just as is. And maybe we can get a soft yes from you if that's the case on the floor.
We'll have to see if there's any other discussion on this. As it sits, I like the idea. I think it's beneficial for everybody involved, as long as those new plants have those same environmental impacts and those studies are done prior to them coming in and not being superseded by what could be siting council policy put in place in front of it. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Representative. Others, comments, questions? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One issue that came up in the public hearing process that I don't know if is addressed in the language was the issue of the use of backup generators to peak shave for these facilities. So I think that's an important thing that we would want to ensure is adequately addressed in the final language. And then, as Senator Fazio mentioned, there's a national interest in this, and some states are going a step further than BYOP and going to bring your own clean energy, which has the affectionate acronym Beyonce.
Wow, that's I think that tops anything that we've said so far today. And I will not be able to forget that now. Yeah. It just eviscerated everything that Representative Buckby had to say. In any case, I take your point about the generators. I think we all look at generators at this point as an unfortunate but necessary backup alternative. But if we had a better option, we should certainly pursue that. So thank you. Other comments or questions? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I very much support the intent of this bill. I would note, the good ranking member, subtly alluded to, the fact that, in many respects, like the good, like Representative Winter and our governor, I always love to see some horseshoe theory in action. So very much appreciate your remarks and align with you as I do with Representative Winter. I would note that one thing that hasn't really been talked about is the mere fact that under this proposal, municipal electric utilities would be subjected to this proposal. In my view, this does set a bit of a dangerous precedent in large part because currently municipal electric utilities, I believe myself, Representative Mashinsky, are the only two members of this committee that represent MEUs in our district. It does set, in my opinion, a bit of a dangerous precedent for PURA to have any form of oversight over MEUs at this point. They are completely autonomous from any form of oversight from PURA, and I do hope in this proposal that autonomy is maintained. And so, additionally, as Representative Winter stated, very much also support that language around backup power, but I hope that as this bill does move forward that we address that issue and look forward to supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for bringing up the fact that we tend to look at just the big suppliers and providers, and we sometimes don't contemplate the effects on smaller local providers in that sense. That's something we should always pay attention to. And thanks for bringing it up, and we'll make sure that that is addressed along with the backup generation issue. Representative Mashinsky.
I too would like to ask for the backup generator issue to be addressed. When we did the data center bill a couple of years ago, I tried to put it in on the floor and was not successful because it was the last day of session. But it should be in there. Some of them are diesel powered backup and some of them are in neighborhoods. So we should protect those people. This looks like all waivers, and I would prefer to include the air pollution effects of the secondary power.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Buckby, there's your frosting. There are a couple things need to still be worked on. Other comments or questions? If not, Madam.
This is a roll call vote on item number 7 of the agenda, House Bill number 5469, an act concerning co-located electric suppliers and large electric load customers to be JF2 the floor. Senator Needleman?
Yes.
Representative Steinberg?
Yes.
Senator Fazio?
Yes.
Representative Mara?
Yes.
Representative Sanchez? Senator Maroney?
Yes. Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Cabrera? Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco?
Gresco's yes.
Representative Horn? Senator Marr? Senator McCrory. Representative Mushinski.
Yes.
Representative Piscopo.
Yes.
Representative Yakarino. Representative Bucksbaum.
Yes.
Representative Constantine.
Yes.
Representative Buckby.
A cautious yes.
Representative Foster.
An enthusiastic yes.
Representative Jensen.
Yes.
Representative Canino. Representative Winter.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Ali Brennan votes yes.
And Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will keep votes open to 5 o'clock. Moving to item 8 on the agenda, Senate Bill 422, an act concerning biomass facilities. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Needham. Do I have a second? Second by Representative Winter. Some of you who've been following the deliberations of this committee will say, biomass again? Because we've been talking about it for a lot of years. And it's on the agenda again because we've not resolved it to everybody's satisfaction. We are concerned about two equally important things. One is not rewarding out-of-state customers for work here in the state, and also not, I guess, terminating the viability of the one facility in the state that's doing a lot of this. We are still hopeful that in the ongoing negotiations that we will come to a satisfactory resolution for all parties. Yet the committee chairs feel it's important that we keep legislation going that would allow us to facilitate a good outcome. And I'm not exactly sure what that looks like yet, frankly, or we wouldn't be talking about it. This is our best effort to support the ongoing conversation that's going on. And it's my great hope that we do not need to keep this bill going forward. In the meantime, it is what it is. Questions or comments? Senator Fazio.
Last year, as a part of Senate Bill 4, I think we had a good compromise to reduce costs on the backs of consumers while also considering some, environmental and, industrial concerns. And I'm concerned that this proposal would undo that compromise as it is written without giving confidence in having a plan going forward. If it does pass the committee today, I would very much like to consider continue the conversation with members of this committee on both sides of the aisle in order to find the right pathway forward. So I will be voting no today, but would like to continue the conversation going forward and come to some sort of agreeable compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other comments or questions? Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned that if we remove the favorable rate on this one plant, it may close. And we're shipping so much out of state now that's troubling to me to possibly be in a position of shipping wood waste out of state as well. So I will be a no for today, joining the senator.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think as a parting attempt at a kumbaya with good Representative Mushinski in her farewell, I'm going to agree with her on this one today, and I'm certainly going to be a no as well. So we can make that a parting gift from committee to the good representative for all her years. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like a parting gift too, but I'd like a yes, so we'll have to find one of those. Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote on item number 8 of the agenda, Senate Bill number 422, an act concerning biomass facilities to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
No.
Representative Mara,
No.
Representative Sanchez,
Rev. Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney.
Yes.
Can you say that again, Senator Maroney? Sorry.
Senator Barone votes yes.
Awesome, thank you. Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Gresco, Representative Horn, Senator Marr, Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
No.
Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yakarino,
No.
Representative Bucksbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
A bio no.
Representative Foster,
Oh, man. Yes.
Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino, Representative Winter, Representative Gothier, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Baumgardner. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We may now move on to item 9 of the agenda, Senate Bill 421, an act concerning reporting of double utility poles. This is a JFS to the floor. Relevant LCO is 3365. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Needham. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Winter. Those of you who are following the debate and the hearing on this bill show that there's a lot of moving parts to this. And I'm more than ever convinced that there's something that the legislature might help with. I'm not exactly sure where we're going to net out on this, other than we did get a variety of interesting testimony. I would think that many people believe that this is a legitimate issue that's been out there for a long time and really hasn't adequately been addressed. Simply getting our arms around the inventory of double poles here in the state of Connecticut would be a good start. Our ability to influence the good outcomes of reducing the number of double poles and sort of legacy wiring that we all see around the state, particularly after a storm, seems like something we ought to find a way to address. I think it's in everybody's interest that people who live around the state feel confident and safe that the poles and the wires are not going to pose a risk to them. And I'd like to think that we can continue to deliberate on this issue of double poles and develop a plan, even if it takes a period of years, to reducing the number of double poles significantly, and as I said, once again, assuring the safety of everybody who comes into contact with them. So I encourage support for this bill so we can see if there's something we can do in the short term to begin to move forward in addressing a long-standing problem. Are there comments or questions? Representative Mara, followed by Representative Buckby.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that this is going to be, I'm not speaking obviously for the whole caucus, because I think there's going to be concerns on this, but I will be supporting this today coming out of committee. I do see this as a little bit of finger pointing all around from everyone, and this is just good organization. We should be able to figure out something like this. So I will be supporting in hopes that we can come to a better spot, even if it's just inching forward a little bit. I think we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't necessarily share the optimism of my ranking member, but I appreciate her words. To me, this goes back to what the good Senate chair mentioned earlier about windmills, that the president didn't like the look of them, so we didn't use them, and how that didn't make sense. This is the same thing. We don't like the look of the double poles, so let's make some people do a bunch more work when it may be safer in some situations. I think this is a far simpler conversation with our utilities as opposed to law to put them into this. I think this is the same thing. Just because we don't like how it looks doesn't mean it's not supportive or doing the job, and I think we leave that to our utilities to keep us safe and to make sure those are safe poles. So I don't necessarily see the point of the legislation, but I'm more than happy to listen to further discussion as I heard from others earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. If I thought this was purely a cosmetic gesture, I would agree with you, but I do believe there are potential implications that go beyond just the look of double poles.
I appreciate the comment. Thank you. I appreciate the comment. Although what I heard in testimony was we don't like how it looks. It's primarily what I heard in that. I didn't hear where there was a lot of issues. I saw a couple of pictures. There's always going to be one or two. When you look at how many poles between Eversource and UI, there's so many. Plus throw in Wallingford and whoever else you want. There's so many poles that are out there. But their job is to keep us safe. Their job is to protect that as well, protect their property as well. And from primarily what I heard, this was an aesthetic concern. And while some of your districts may feel more that the aesthetic nature is the concern, I think we have far bigger fish to fry.
Thank you, Representative. I'll just speak from my personal experience. I don't know about others, but I'm nervous when I see hanging wires or leaning poles or a lot of the other things out there. That's why this subject keeps coming up. We are a state that experiences a lot of storms. We have out-of-state workers coming in to try to get us back, get the power back on. What happens after that, we tend to be a little out of sight, out of mind. So that's one reason why we're having this conversation. Representative Mara. I'm sorry. You were communicating rather than Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I listened to the testimony, and I have friends that are linemen, and I've met out in, I think in Milford or Orange, some of the linemen. I understand the concern, and I spoke to Senator Duff about this. We're in exact times. We just both left. And I get it, and I might even support this today, but the fact is, utilities, telecommunication companies, they can't move those. If there's two poles, none of those poles can be moved until the work is done. That's just the way the law is written. That's the way, it's safer that way. There's no need to have one pole, then take your pole up and put another pole because you're still doing work. There's no logic to that. But I also understand the safety concern, and if you see wires hanging, generally, I would think they're not going to be electrified because it would be, it's a serious problem. I've never heard it being electrified, but maybe I'm missing something, I don't know. But to work with this committee and try to get it resolved, I think we should also work with the telecommunication companies, the utility companies, and listen to them, like, what are they doing and why, and they'll explain, I believe, because I know linemen and they do it for a living. They cannot move those poles until the work is done. So I don't like the fine. I think it's punitive. It doesn't make any sense. It's just the fact of the matter is these companies I don't believe they want to leave their poles up too long. Just they have no other choice but to leave them up because of the way we're working with lines and power and infrastructure. So it's like if you pour a foundation, you don't take you don't take the frames out until it's all done. If not, it will all collapse. You got to look at it logically, I think. We're just looking at it punitively. So I'll listen to the rest of it, and I'm good friends with Senator. Well, maybe he's right. I don't know. We'll see. But I had to voice that. You got to look at the holistic view of it, and I don't think companies want to leave their poles there just to leave their poles there.
Thank you. Anything is impossible. Senator Duff could be right. I think the point we're all agreeing is this is something that we want to examine a little bit more closely. If it is, as Representative Buckley points out, really more superficial than functional, then we would probably not take action. But I think everybody would like to see fewer double poles in the state. I think it would give us confidence that when we're not in the midst of the storm, that the utilities are proactively looking out for our interests. Senator Fazio.
I will just say briefly, I appreciate the intent of the legislation. I'm open to voting for it in the future if some of the concerns are hammered out. I think Representative Iaccarino explained some of them well. I understand that there's already a pilot program that's ongoing that we should probably see through before we make a more broad and prescriptive policy for the state. And some of the concerns about rushing, the safety concerns about rushing and maybe not having the right people doing the change of the wires in the legislation is also a concern. So I'm going to vote no to flag it today, but open to continue working on it.
Thank you, Senator. Other comments or questions? Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to my colleagues, I would say that this has been a problem for how many years? 15 years or so that I've been a first selectman, and 8 years that I've been a selectman, dealing with all these attachments. With respect to the utilities themselves, I think Eversource, I can't speak to UI because I'm not in their area. They are usually first on the scene. They replace a pole. And then the other attachments are what can take a very long time. So when they replace an electrical pole, the electric wires are at the very top, and all the other attachments, it used to just be one other attachment, are left to the other contractors, the other companies, to move their attachments over, and that's what's taking a long time. And I don't like punitive stuff either, but this has just been going on for too darn long, and there's no solution if people are not being told that they have to actually do something within a time limit. This is an attempt to get the other companies to do their jobs and move their attachments over. And sometimes you look at a pole now and there are 4 or 5 and 6 attachments on a pole. It's not just your phone company and your electric company anymore. There are multiple cable companies, there are multiple broadband companies out there, and we just want them to move their attachments over. It is unsafe, it is unsightly. There are wires that are hanging. Kids can grab them. I don't think any of them, thankfully, are electrified because, like I said, the electric companies do a good job in this area, but they can't take down the old poles until the other attachments are made. And that is the problem. It's the other attachments that have to be put over. And I think that some companies just feel like they'll get to it when they get to it. I just don't think that's an acceptable solution. So I support the legislation. We've been fighting the battle for many, many years, and I think it's time that we get this resolved. It's not rocket science.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for clarifying. The important aspect of this bill is to address all the players, if you will, on the polls, and that everybody should be as responsible as the electric utilities have been to this point. Representative Iaccarino.
Well, for the second time, and I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. And I agree with Senator Needleman for the most part. The punitive part. I have a business. I own property in North Haven, and there were 2 poles right in front of the shop. And I would call. This is going back a few years ago, and it was always it's Comcast, it's Verizon. It was never UI, because I'm in the UI area, or a Go Speed, or 3 different companies. The fact is, with the language, they're blaming each other. How are we going to rectify that? You know what I'm saying? Like, you have 3 companies. To Senator Needleman's point, there are multiple companies. So you know, I understand what we want to try to do here, and I just don't want to penalize people that don't deserve to be penalized. And I'm not siding with anybody, but the fact is we really don't know. If 3 companies, A, B, and C, say it's not us, it's them, then you got to go, what are we going to go to lawsuit? I mean, we don't have time. It just, I get what everybody's trying to do here. But you follow what I'm saying? It's not as easy as you think, that's all. That's all I have to say.
You'd be surprised at how difficult we think it is. I mean, we recognize that. I think to your point, we do not want to create a remedy that is unfair or unfairly punitive. But as Senator Needleman said, the status quo is not a great answer. And so we can find a way to encourage without indulging in the he said, she says, who's responsible or not. That's what we'd like to accomplish. Just letting the various players know that this is something that matters to us and that we take it seriously might provoke some good behavior. Others? If not, we are ready for a vote. Madam Clerk, please.
This is a roll call vote on item number 9 of the agenda, Senate Bill number 421, an act concerning reporting of double utility poles to be JFS to the floor with LCO number 3365. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Grusco, Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr, Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Yes.
Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yacarino,
No for today.
Representative Bucksbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine,
Constantine votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Double no.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino, Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Baumgardner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This brings us, believe it or not, to the final of the items we will be considering today. Item 10 on the agenda, House Bill 5470, an act concerning hybrid school buses. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion? Moved by Representative Buck. Do I have a second? Second by Senator Fazio. Those of you who have been following much of what's going on with the electric bus industry are probably aware of the fact that the desirable goal of bringing all of our school districts to electric vehicles is a real challenge in the current environment. The cost of the buses themselves, as well as some other factors, have meant that even though we may desire it, it's going to maybe take a little longer than we had in mind. I know the Transportation Committee is considering some changes to the law that we passed to provide an appropriate runway to achieve that goal in a period of time. But in the meantime, we've had some good ideas about alternatives to electric vehicle buses that might serve school districts in the short term. In my view, they're not ideal. They still involve some aspect of fossil fuels to power these buses. But for the example, as was suggested, if we contemplate the prospect of propane buses, the buy-in, if you will, is reasonable in terms of the infrastructure required. It's certainly a lot better than diesel buses, though I'd certainly like to go all the way to electric vehicles. So what we're doing with this bill is we'd like to at least keep open the possibility of school districts having alternatives in the short term such that when the price of electric buses comes down and we address a few of the other issues related to it, they can make a smooth transition. And that's really all we're trying to accomplish here, is to provide school districts with alternatives rather than constrictive mandates in this specific case. Are there other comments or questions? Representative Buckby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you wanted a gift before we're done. I'll be agreeing on this bill. Let's see, we can get one I can bring to you.
Still my heart.
And you know, you're right, we've been talking about this. The debate on this bill has gone round and round like the wheels on the bus for many years. And this brings us to a solution that I appreciate the fact that we have had some compromise on this. This has been worked together. This is more of what I like to see from committee work, that we can actually have a good concept work out of committee that's been done in a bipartisan fashion. So I want to thank you for that as my parting gift as a thank you.
It only took 25 bills this session to get to this point, but it was worth waiting for. Senator Fazio.
I would just like to speak in support of this legislation. When Senate Bill 4 was passed a couple of years ago, creating this mandate on school districts for 100% electric vehicle buses, many of us warned that this is unlikely to be feasible, cost effective for those school districts and for the state. We are not in this proposal repealing that mandate, because it is a bipartisan proposal, but we are giving better alternatives and choice to the school districts in order to provide cleaner buses, but also more affordable buses, and give them the flexibility that they need. We continue to pile mandate upon our local school districts, and that is one of the main, if not the main reason why our property taxes go through the roof. 100% electric bus fleet will undoubtedly provide more of a drain on the grid and raise costs of generation. This allowing hybrid school buses would provide a clean burning alternative that is lower emissions but more affordable at the option of those districts, and I think it is a logical compromise that I support today.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be a no on this. I appreciate the intention, especially around public health for our children, and it seemed like there could be a viable path for propane, but I think there's some key unanswered questions there around what the costs of the fueling infrastructure would be, whether that creates stranded costs if the ultimate goal is to get to 100% electric fleet. And I don't think this sets us on a path to get to 100% electric fleet, which I think is in the long run the best for both public health and for the environment. I think the last thing I'd say is that I don't think adding a number of electric school buses necessarily strains the grid. I think these are huge rolling batteries, and if they're charging off-peak and they're able to discharge on-peak, they can help with grid stability and lower cost. And I really think that that should be a priority, potentially as part of the successor program, that we look at providing clear direction around these buses being energy storage resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. You raise a good point. This is a subject that I'm confident this committee will be discussing in the future. It's sort of the broad category of virtual power plants or other ways that we can respond to peak loads on the grid, and this is one way to do it. I, for one, believe we will get to all electric buses in time. We just, in some ways, trying to respect some of the challenges that individual school districts may face with this large capital expense. I am looking at this as simply being pragmatic as we go along the road to all electric school buses, which will happen, just like electric vehicles broadly will almost certainly happen in a period of time. Unfortunately, sometimes technology and particularly technological costs don't always conform with our desires, and it may take a little bit longer than I think many of us would like. Others? Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. During our public hearing, we heard things like, this is the best idea, and this bill is perfection. And I believe that we have come to a really good spot for our schools. When they put budgets together, they don't just look at next year. They look at the long term. So we have schools that are looking at whether they can afford electric buses right now, or are they going to put their money towards teachers' salaries. And I think we are doing a disservice right now to our schools, knowing the situation we are in with the cost of the electric buses. So let's talk a little bit about the cost of the electric buses. We did a quick calculation. If you were to switch all 10,000 electric buses over to electric in the state of Connecticut, it would be $4 billion. And that is not considering that you also have to have $20,000 worth of a charging station, that maybe if you have that upgrade, you can have it so it's a virtual charging station and we can put money back into the grid, which seems like a good idea if you could put energy back on the grid at peak times. However, at the end of the day, from 5 to 7 p.m., when you've got that peak that you'd like to be shaving, that's exactly when the buses are coming back with empty charges from their school runs and they're plugging in themselves. So I would like to be careful when we think about that. Sure, maybe we can hit the summer load when we've got the buses are full all the time and maybe they're not being used, but as we know, we're coming into dual peak situations where we're going to have one in the summer and one in the winter. So I'm not totally sure that this is a great reason to jump into bed with electric buses, considering also it is a $4 billion issue. And when we talk about what we're looking at with propane, we did have someone come forward and talk about the cost of putting in the propane for gassing up the propane. And we know that that is not to the tune of what we're going to see with the charging stations with electric buses. We know they're not going to have special parking infrastructure. We know that there are so many things that when you talk about sunk costs, and actually this isn't about sunk costs, because what we're doing here is we're saying this alternative fuel you can continue to use, and you can jump in and do it now because you can be assured that you can continue to use this in the future. And we want to do that because right now you have a chance to have clean air for your kids on the bus. So I strongly, okay, just going back a little bit to the cost, because I know someone did come forward and say there was a $40 million bond that could be used for this. That is millions, that is not billions. And as Representative Buckby has intimated before, if you take 1 million seconds, you have 13 days. If you take 1 billion seconds, you have 31 years. There is a huge, huge difference between millions and billions. So when we look at our issues with our schools right now, I think we need to be very pragmatic in what we're doing for our schools. And the focus of our schools needs to be on our kids. And if we can get them cleaner air now, and we can use those dollars on their teachers and their education, I think we need to be clear-headed about this. I am in strong support of this bill. I really hope that this is the bill that comes out on the floor in the House, and I hope that my colleagues support it as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Marge really said it almost perfectly. But the fact is, I've been going back and forth today. I was questioning the OPM secretary, who I like, and we talked about municipal mandates and cost of insurance and cost of education for municipalities. And if this is going to help for clean air and their budgets and have towns be able to pay their teachers even better than they're paying them and less taxes, I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, I was at an electric bus grand opening about 3 years ago, and I said, when I spoke, you know, it's crazy, 100 plus years ago, the government said, you know, we're going to get rid of all electrified trolleys. And now I bet you we wish we had those trolleys today in towns and cities. So, you know, I think I'm going to support this. I think it makes a lot of sense. But really, to help, to what Representative Mara said, is really making sure we have the dollars for teachers and more education programs, and not continually raising taxes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I encourage you to bring your trolley idea to the Transportation Committee. Perhaps we can find ways to encourage that.
We should have, think about it. My family had to move from New Haven because the state wanted to put a highway through, which they never did, and it ruined the whole neighborhood, and they got rid of all the trolleys. This is before I was born, but I think that's all I have to say. Government's not always right. It's usually wrong.
You were doing so well up to the end. Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rather than do this bill, I would rather extend the deadline on the towns and encourage them to work with Green Bank and start to change over these fleets. The kids in these urban districts in particular, who have a higher rate of asthma than the kids in the suburbs, they're dealing with this every day. And if we can clean up their buses, even if it takes a few more years, I think that's preferable. I do not want to give up the fight for the urban kids. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions or comments? If not, we're ready for a vote. Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote on item number 10 of the agenda, House Bill number 5470, an act concerning hybrid school buses, to be JF to the floor. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes, hopefully.
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Gresco, Representative Horn,
Yes.
Senator Marr, Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
No.
Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Yacarino,
Yes.
Representative Bucksbaum,
Yes.
Representative Constantine,
Constantine votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
So yes on propane.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Canino, Representative Winter,
No.
Representative Gauthier, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Baumgardner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, the votes will be held open till 5 o'clock. We do have another meeting scheduled for next Tuesday at 11 a.m. There is a good prospect that we will not require that meeting, having covered virtually all of our business this week in terms of JF-ing bills. I do want to thank everybody who has worked on this committee. Despite our differences, I think that we have some very good potential bills that we'll see how far they get and reach the floor. We may not all love the process at various times, but I think we should all respect it. It's the only way that we can assure the public is heard and that all voices are heard, and that is our intent going forward. We should recognize that the challenges of this particularly short session have kind of intensified all the things that may be described as weaknesses in our system, but the system holds and should be supported. So thank you for participating in this process. I personally want to thank everybody for indulging me and some of my editorial commentary over the years. I may miss this part of the role more than anything else, his ability to act as master of ceremonies as much as chair of the committee. So thank you all. This meeting is recessed until 5 p.m.
Madam Clerk, can I record my vote that I missed?
Give me 1 minute, Rep. Hughes. All right, Rep. Hoot.
Hi, I think I missed one, right?
I believe so. Let me check.
Representative Comey. Senator Marr.
Here, wait, can you hear me now, Rep Hughes?
Yes, I can hear you, Abby.
Sorry, the CTN. I believe we voted for everything.
Are you sure? I thought I might have missed one.
Representative Pizzuto. No.
I have you in for
Representative
everything here.
Yes.
I'm double checking right now.
Representative Scott. Representative Scott. Representative Shake.
Yeah, I have you down for everything.
Okay, then we're good. I wasn't sure if I hopped on at the right time. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Bye. Have a good day.
You too. Hi, Senator Maroney.
Hey, Happy, how are you?
I'm good.
I
How-
just missed, I had to jump off before they called the votes on the last item on the agenda. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. All right. Oh, so we have, so numbers 9 and 10 I would need. So Senate Bill 421 and then House Bill 5470.
Okay, Senator Maroney votes yes on both bills.
Awesome. Let me just double check. All right, you're all set. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Abby. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye. Hi, Rep. Cresco.
Hi, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, I had a work issue. If memory serves, I missed 8, 9, and 10.
All right, let me look. Yep. All right, so how'd you like to vote on 8?
No.
No on 8. Number 9,
Yes.
and then number 10.
Yes.
All right, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Representative Goff here. This is Assistant Clerk Jay McCormick with Energy and Technology. I can go through the House bills and Senate bills for your vote. There is a total of 9, even though it says there's 10 on the agenda, but number 5 is on hold.
What does on hold mean?
Postponed essentially.
Okay.
So that's the only one that we do not have a need for your vote for. So let's go ahead. For number 1, HB number 5340, an act concerning renewable power generation. What would that be, a yay or nay?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. For number 2, HB number 5472, an act concerning the safety of energy generation sources and energy storage systems. What would be your vote, please?
That is yes.
Okay. For number 3, SB number 419, an act concerning suppliers of electricity. Would that be a yay or a nay?
That is yes.
Okay. Number 6,
No, 4.
oh yes, 4, that's right. Sorry. SB number 420, an act concerning natural gas and gas companies. What would that be, please?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then we're going past 5 because it's postponed on hold and number. Oh,
You want me to do the rest of it? You got it?
sure. Yeah, we're on number 6.
Okay.
Passing back.
Hi, Rep. Gauthier.
Hello.
You are on number 6.
Yes.
All right, how do you vote?
Yes.
Item 7,
Yes.
then 8,
Yes.
and then 9,
Yes.
and 10.
No.
All right, thank you.
So you have everything that was voted on, yes?
Let me confirm.
Apparently one of them was passed.
Yep.
Okay.
We put a hold on item number 5. But all the other ones, I've got your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Hey, Abby.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I think I just missed one vote. I think the last one,
The last one?
the buses.
Yep.
I'm a yes.
Awesome. And while I still have you, I'm just gonna double check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so we need, looks like item 8, biomass facilities, we'd need your vote as well.
The biomass? Yeah, I voted no.
No?
Yes.
All right. We've got you for everything, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Hello?
All right. So we'll just
How many
start.
bills, how many bills we have?
9. There were 10 on the agenda, but we held one.
Okay,
All right, so number 1 is 5340.
yes,
Then 5472,
what's the name of it?
and not concerning the safety
What's
of
the name of the bill?
energy generation sources and energy storage systems.
Did the chairs vote yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Then SB 419, suppliers of electricity.
did the chairs vote yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Then we've got 420, and not concerning natural gas and gas companies.
chairs vote yes?
Yep.
Yes,
Then, item 6, telecommunications quality of service standards, both the chairs voted yes.
yes,
Then 5469, both chairs were a yes on this one too.
yes,
Then, and not concerning biomass facilities, both chairs were a yes.
yes, yes, yes,
For the other 3?
yes,
Then we've got double polls, that's a yes, right?
yes.
And then last one is hybrid school buses.
All right. Yes,
All right, awesome, thank you.
thank you. All right.
Hi, Senator.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I would love to vote.
All right, so we'll start at the top.
Okay,
Number one, HB 5340.
5340?
Yep,
Okay, just checking. Yes.
all right. Then item two, HB 5472.
Yep, yes. Senator Mar votes yes. What is the LCO on that?
3453.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Then item three is SB 419.
Yes,
Alright. Then SB 420.
yes,
Then we held number five. So
Right.
item six is 5473 with LCO 3433.
3433.
Yep.
Okay, yes,
All right. Item seven is HB 5469.
yes. Senator Mar votes yes.
Then item eight, Senate Bill 422.
Okay, yes,
Then Senate Bill 421.
yep. The JFS language?
Yes, it's LCO 3365.
3365. Okay, yes, definitely, definitely, yes.
Awesome. And then item 10 is HB 5470.
And also yes. So we're good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye. Hello.
Hi, Abby. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. I got some votes for you.
Awesome. All right. So number one is House Bill 5340.
That is a no.
All right. Item two is 5472.
Yes.
All right. Then item three, Senate Bill 419.
No.
All right. Item four, Senate Bill 420.
Nope.
And then we held five. So item six is HB 5473.
No.
All right. And then item seven is House Bill 5469.
Yes.
All right. Item eight is Senate Bill 422.
Nope.
Then item nine, Senate Bill 421.
No.
Right. And then last one, the hybrid school buses 5470.
Yes.
All right. You're all set.
Thank you so much. Take care.
You too.
Bye.
Hello, Abigail. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Tired.
Yeah, same. It's been a day.
Oh, yes.
All right, so it looks like we'd need your vote for item 1, item 2, and item 3. And then I've got you for the rest.
Okay, I missed that many.
Yeah.
I was trying to balance myself on three different meetings and a phone call.
Oh, gee.
And I think it was the phone call that threw me off because I was voting at the executive noms at the same time.
That's a skill.
So can you just let me know which one is which? What's item number 1?
That's 5340, and that concerning renewable power generation.
Oh, yes.
All right. And then item 2 is the safety for solar energy generation. That's 5472.
Yes.
Right. And then number 3 was 419, not concerning suppliers of electricity.
Yes.
All right. You're all set.
Thank you. Have a great day, evening.
You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi, I missed one vote. I didn't realize at the beginning, or I forgot I did.
Yeah, just for item 1, 5340.
I vote yes.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Bye.